good, everyone, and welcome back to the lock-in here. Let's go ahead and talk about our first match of the day. It's, of course, going to be Global Esports taking the stage, as well as Vitality. And you know what? Let's just first start off with Global Esports because they have lived up to the name of their organization. They have pulled players in from all over. But it just seems like overall, it's like everyone's just excited to see this and also be here as well because there is a lot to that. It's going to be the first time we've seen international stage now, and that looks like an active fan base, which is pretty big. Absolutely phenomenal. The reason why the ownership has so much faith, also why he's got so many fans. Yeah, he really is. This guy is going to be the face of this roster, and he's also going to be one of those very, very strong players to be able to be. So of course, you know, we talked about the philosophy and SK Rossi actually said that. So what everyone
you know what, for more though, I think on this team, it's actually go ahead and hear from here and ask Rossi.
So it's like we have players from Canada, we have players from Korea, and Oceania, and Indonesia, India as well. So we might be from different places, but we're all gamers and we have similarities. It doesn't feel like they are from very far away. We gamers are like, we're all one. Our team had like 5 units. When we started our practice, we just started trying out random agents. Finally, we came to a conclusion, and now our goals are fixed. But having all units in the team is, I think, in some ways, it's really good because if you are like really good skills, all other things you can do, the agents you can learn. I don't think a lot of people would traveled a lot around the world to study throughout. I've worked in 7 different countries, and when I got this opportunity from Global Esports, it was just so amazing for me because one thing that really caught me in my ability is to build teams, you know, in and outside the game, build family culture, and just ultimately improve. There's very few teams I've joined that made me immediately become the best in the world, but I've done it across 2 different games where we've won really great titles. We have fun in the day, using every opportunity to get better and better.
Lots of cool things to take away from that one. Also, I pride myself in how I build teams. Yeah, I mean, you know, he really has been developing a family culture. I've seen these guys interacting at the hotel, and they do really feel like friends that have been together for a very, very long time.
It seems very similar to culture. It's our cultural context. I don't know.
Of course, let's move on though to our next roster, and of course, we're talking about Vitality. It's a familiar esports org for many, and it's a new roster, but they do have familiar faces here.
Yeah, this is a team where their mentality looked a little bit global. It was keeping up with also by changing protocol and nobody on the phone.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't mind a development roster at all. I've seen it work in multiple so it does put that much more pressure on you. We often talk about this when you have that glow, making true veterans on the team. You have to be able to find these young talents.
So now coming back into this roster, this is a guy who has already hit that height. He has had the goal that most Valorant players consider to be the end goal of winning champions. Now he's gone back down to the RL. He's focused on rebuilding something to reach those heights.
Yeah, for sure. I think when you get to that peak, you want to make sure that you can achieve it again. Just like when you play find it that one season, that reason to tell you what feels terrible. Not be able to get back to that, have that line, get back there. It's the same for both. Me as well. The same for this I'm not going to be able to prove that extra mile. You've seen that ball stars up, seen not being able to make through so far. You can see that. We'll see it in the tree. And then, you know, you're going to want to lean on if your vocal there is this young player. These guys you're going to try and mold to create this super team. One of the players I think we should definitely focus on here is Olsen, right? That from this squad. Because who knows, right? What this guy can bring to the table here. I know a lot of people are excited to see things.
Yeah, you had 2 duos. Steve got built on 2 from the old Vitality roster and 2 from the
exist for volleyball. It makes like impossible runs very difficult for us, and then again like this situation like 12 minutes of rounds. It's just like crazy voice from basically is for next player, and definitely brings this calmness and patience to the team in my center. So he's kind of a shy guy, he has like some fun with this, and then from big, we picked up crazy things. Hello people, I'm listening, and probably all-stars are really like famous players, but we have like team that is full of good teammates, nice people, like really good talent. Scary team indeed. Family chat, beautiful victory, and support us.
V for victory indeed, and I just love the confidence that this team is very
Yeah, it is really, really good to see this team. It's clear that they have a long time to put on the international stage. They feel pretty fun.
Yeah, I'm pumped to see both of these squads on the stage. But you know, earlier in the show, we asked you guys, first of all, what do you look for in a second round game? And the results are in. Let's see what you guys decide is most important. Game one. Come on, man. You know,
I actually thought that Cool Name might take it, but I'm fine with it.
Sometimes you see a game, you just know you've won. Sometimes you see one, you just know you've lost. So very important facet there. Hey, strong ball. I'd say they're kind of important too.
Also, sometimes you might know that you're going to win. I played against a guy in the green ladder multiple times. His name is just Ion Bucky, and I know I'm going to win that game because he buys nothing but an Ion Bucky.
oh, that sounds absolutely wonderful.
It's miserable to play.
I had a teammate every single round, every single time he was like, I'm just gonna get one. Hey, come on, man, help us out. But look, guys, I know everyone's pickups got absolutely rocked yesterday. Thanks to Team Secret. We love you guys. We're proud of you all. But here's the thing, will it happen again today? Let's go ahead and get into our predictions. You know what? I'll go at the same time. How about that? Is that 3, 2, 1, and...
For me, if they have gotten the roles figured out, I think Portland should be able to take this one. I do agree that it could be close, but there's a lot of better players who have been developed for a very long time that have experience playing on large stages, such as Lassie playing on Watch League for multiple years. Now he goes over to Valorant, he's been a professional player. He should go through this year as well. We'll see how it does. The pieces are there, they come together right.
I think that is more or less what I know all of us are having fun, of course, welcoming the Indian audience into our broadcast. We're excited to continue to extend it out there. All right, guys. Well, look, before we kick off live today, let's talk about what's next on the international stage. As we previously shared, the next international event will see top teams from each of the international leagues travel to Tokyo for Masters. And today, we're excited to share that Tokyo will feature a 12-team double elimination bracket that will include not only the best unpartnered teams, but best partner teams, but top competitors from China. Reading is difficult. And of course, don't forget, we'll all see additional representation from the International League that wins the lock-in today, or at this event, which means it's going to be an intense conclusion to this tournament, but we cannot wait for matches. But today, 6 more teams enter this Royal Rumble, and only 3 will leave. Who's getting thrown over the top rope? Let's
the rest of Vitality still kind of put together, talking about the game plan, likely saying, let's keep some cool heads here for all that younger talent. Looking like they're jumping in the big scope.
That's like a question.
Oh, yeah.
It's not like at all. They have steps. I guess that's the night. They're not so. We have no idea.
I mean, there's so many different components to this team coming across different rosters that they can't really ever get a read as far as
what roles are slotting in? We see Race. Who's going to be picking that up? They played a slow split, like the captain's all on their side. One player was so 4-1. We get more time to come up with something to do. How much do we get over?
Yeah, we need Ron, Avery, as well as Paulo, right? The leaders in the field. They're going to be the ones that there's a lot of pressure on these guys, right? And Avery knows that. We've been talking to him a fair amount here, while we're in South Holly.
You can see
three raises on the side of Vitality as well. Texture, okay, you can ask the question. That's one thing that we have not seen for a very long time. I looked it up. June 18th, he played in the upper bracket in the playoffs against Spear Gaming, but he's only played 17 times compared to 118 games on chance.
we see it in both times. It's all works so well. For a new team.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. Let's get into this match. I am so damn excited to watch this match. Any of the first round matches, this is the one that I've been most excited to watch. Not it is this match right here, because it is the high reward roster of Global Esports, pulling together these duelist players, seeing what can work, top stage as well. Ambitious more than top players into the top team. Yeah, and then it's the ambitious project from Impact coming up against the Dark Horse team from the NBA. It's not like Vitality is star-studded in the sense that we all know these players accomplish so much. There's vocal, obviously, we'll talk about it in a bit, but I think the actual talent on the roster is super high. I think it's interesting that that's the split. I would say Vitality about a little bit. There are just so many unknowns, it's very difficult to call anybody a strong favorite. We don't know how these rosters are going to perform. But I do think if Global Esports sending Paulo in here, it says more. It's more of a validation for their project. It gives you hope that these are massive global rosters where you're trying to overcome language barriers, cultural barriers, and get them all in the place in the same place. And, this game was just I think a win here today would be validating the whole project. Thank you so much.
something. Maybe I can be the best. And that process took so long and so arduous with him. I mean, making a deal with the gaming company for some free time that he would just stream voluntarily for them in order to get free time because he didn't have the money to play. And then his winnings were with the travel. I mean, this guy, SK Rossi is the definition of started from the bottom, now we're here. He is unbelievable in his story. And it does have a way has amounted to pressure. Across from the side, but he has Paulo all down to area once more. One player isolated. Time is running low. Back to the second crossfire this time. Just shooting the ropes now. Turn that round into their favour. No, it's all set now. He's 6-1. been, you know, a weird situation where Vitality win the second round. It actually delays the rifle.
And considering that this has been, you know, a weird situation where Vitality win the second
It's going to be
round,
round 4, but
it actually delays the rifle.
and that means that once it's an extra round, it's going to be round 4 by the time we get I think things are starting to
That means that there's an extra round to get a big ultimate and at least use.
also get in a good position, considering that they've got
I think things are starting to
this next round. At least wins.
also can get in a good position considering that they've got 2 phantoms of Bandra. This next round,
Speaking of salad as well, loads of vitality. And honestly, because they haven't been at the point, just been seeing the breakfast and yellow as well. Always just been like vitality players. Those as well. Sounds like it's got everything. Hype up settings. The board is there. The best player. So, what's the point?
that's the second time that Onia's pushed through a smoke and taken an unfavourable light. Article responding, takes the sender, has been a menace in some of these rounds. Twiston is miles away from the action. If Global Esports can hurry this one up, and the Sage are just delaying everything. Just a cross-section already. You're really aware of it. Set up this stream. Let's take it back on to China, but Almost falling at times. Running low now, and he did not know where Twiston is. Dash enabled, moves forwards. Trying to contest this one in a 1v1 variant. He has to stick it. He's at this play, he needs to try and get half, and it sets up Twiston for the easy slam dunk win. Just think about how different
Twiston is miles away from the action.
Twiston was somewhere really aware of escape. It pays dividends for them.
Enabled, moves forwards.
Just think about how this round they've dealt with. They cleared out the ropes. When they knew they got into there, they were aware that Twiston was somewhere around. Possibly they thought he escaped after he got into heaven, but before the Global Esports could keep better track of the Jet player there. Interesting vitality early on, and it makes dividends with the closest experience. Now Global Esports rescue Rossi on the position. They can't shoot. Rossi is they're going to be looking down at an opportunity like this on these stages. Yeah, despite those two players have yet to get going in this match. So far, it's only been 4 rounds. But both sides of the league wants it. One is going to be a smoke. SK Rossi have pulled out those just like where. So maybe these players need to settle into and the players with the least experience here on Global are SK Rossi and Money. And SK Rossi has been playing a lot for SK, but he hasn't had an opportunity like this on big stages yet. And those two players have yet to really get going in this match so far. There's only been 4 rounds. But both sat at the bottom of the leaderboard, 0-4, and Money has had a couple of weird pushes through smoke. SK Rossi got caught out. So maybe these players settle into what you see the talent needs actually. Vitality, and if you start blood in the water and you realise that people are a little shaky at the start of the match, you got to
So far in this match, we have been noticing a lot of presence from the team. Heavy emphasis being played from them, just trying to take that in, control, get a player in position. Seem to be changing things like too much in this paranoia. Just to move forward. The bottom position is checked from Avery. The guns obviously drop them. Batty just trying to play up behind the wall, see if he can get anything done. Very well executed so far.
And the defensive fight actually allows Vitality to come in without having to worry about a lot of angles on A. Global need to be
control too. However, Texture's set up in B Heaven, and it looks like Vitality this time are making a play towards mid. They'll just use Sender's cages to apply some pressure over on A ramp, and instead...
Wow, okay. Just a bit of raw spam, yeah, straight through the smokes. Also just trying to lurk up behind it. Trailblazer gets good information, and there's SK Rossi, head taken clean off from Sender. Trying to catch that lurk, but obviously his positioning was known prior, and speaking of heads being taken off, Munyet needs to play a bit more carefully there. Paranoia, dash forwards from Twisted, a play to be made from him perhaps, but he's now stuck in this position, and there's going to be that showstopper. That was a direct hit. What in the Lord's name am I watching?
Bonecold's attempting to create some pressure in B with this Sage Wall, hoping that it opens up the middle of the map, but it hasn't at all. With Sender dying and with the Sage Wall being placed from Rossi, the rest of Global Esports can completely flush out this hit in mid.
Yeah, and they know exactly where Destrin is as well. Pure confidence on the side of Global Esports. No wasted moments from them. Smoke across the cut forwards. Destrin up close and personal. And there's another punish.
And what a big round from Rossi and Monya. The players that were waiting to see anything from.
Find his timing and it's going to be so important right now. He does win now. This digital line is going to be causing issues for them still. Holding that close angle. Just a little bit too late, and still it is crumpled before their eyes. Operator back. Joyce in the mix. Most for that one.
Yeah, even with this finding success, the training screens a little bit delayed. Very delayed. And I think that speaks to how new of a team Global are. These moments. One of the right players needs to get on the line. Operate the battle though as we get back into this round. But SK Rossi is in. I mean, he's on such a deep line and he can't escape. Oh, he's actually to the wall. It's a little bit, he's repositioning their value off the operator. Vitality are going to be playing quite quickly, so he relies on the rest of his team here to slow it down.
Seems like the early game plan after was to play heavy flash and control. It's very disappointing to see Vitality without any scoring. Finding the anti to see something around it.
Sprayed out, he is low.
What point of the stage wall is being named, the home ball can just jump over? Yeah, he did. Force behind the
Just every single direction. Oh my word! Straight shot, passing drop.
makes it nice and awkward. Not giving any easy 1v1s. They're going to be able to take time with this one.
And now Destrian gets a sound cue as well. Zaren goes up the rope. This is an almost unwinnable situation because Vitality just haven't given Aiden anything to work with.
Point where positioning could be a spam. Unfortunately, yeah, just not quite.
Surely kills up until now. Wait till you see their game, because this guy, he makes full use of that weapon.
Definitely does. Surely in Twiston's hands is a different weapon. His movement is fantastic. It sets all this up.
Let's go GE! 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 Let's go GE!
Fairly consistently. Sender's presumably faked it with the cages, but apart from that, there is nobody home on the B side.
Yeah, so the gamble not paying off here. It's going to be that easy plan once more for Vitality. Setting themselves up into this position right now for Global Esports, just thinking about not giving away too much. Trying to go down to the spike so they don't give away any more ultimate. As well would be quite key. Sender with his late lurk position. Shutting them all down in mid, and there's a re-swing attempt. It looks like Global Esports want to try and fight this into Sender.
The Cypher ult isn't the best one in the world if you have to feed yourself into somebody. But this is going to be a very easy round for Vitality to clean up. Yeah. I think you can just see the way that Vitality has been built, it relies on pre-existing synergies between the players. So they have a bit of a core from Oglu, you know, and then some from Vitality, and a little sprinkling of Big on the top as well.
Yeah.
But they have some players that are familiar with each other enough to have a bit of synergy, a bit of chemistry there. And with Global, they are genuinely starting from square one.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be a much more difficult project to get off the floor. And I think that was the concern that everybody had with this team. How much time do they require? When you listen to the players and the staff, they're thinking about multiple seasons, but still wanting to get wins early on.
Yeah, very long-term focus with this Global Esports squad.
Much better Sage Wall in B main from Rossi.
Not allowing anybody to hop up on top of it. Looks like a fight might be trying to be taken. Again, that spam and just holding for now. As he moving forwards inside this Viper's pit. There's a timing taken.
Does he
know that they crossed? Okay. Bit of whiffage there from Sender, but did he know that they've been compromised right now towards a ramp? That space was gained. It's a pop flash play. Fazzy nails the target, but Bone Cold was not playing in position for that one, so he does trade it out relatively effectively. And now that resurrected play, Aaron is being squeezed. Convergence on either side. Bit of spam there around the corner, and Aaron's been caught.
Awesome distraction from Twiston when Destrian got inside the ult. Can Texture be a playmaker here on the flank?
Yeah, these positions have flipped all the way around. Just as Aaron was being squeezed this time, it is Texture coming for that late flank. Players in heaven though, is anybody going to be watching for this one? You've got to be aware of it surely that a ramp they could have been playing, and no, Twiston gets away with it for free. The shots just going one after the other. Texture does eventually claim that kill, but so much to deal with right now, and the retake made that much harder by the fact that Rossi is using this operator, and just unfortunate timing once more.
Yeah, Global Esports getting outplayed. Vitality with nice protocols to clear out the Viper's pit. To Aaron's credit, he's been getting them into good positions, but Vitality are always able to sneak past them or blast their way through them and then surround them on all sides. The raw talent as well is showcased here from Vitality. Yeah. Twiston 16-4, Sender and Malsey also having a great game individually, just able to farm these Global Esports players currently. We need to see a bit more resistance.
Oh, okay. What is this? Double updraft play from Twiston?
Yeah,
yeah, with the knives as well.
Okay.
Sage Wall, updraft.
Not going to spot anybody.
No
Bazzi was nearly there.
Yeah, could have got his head taken off, but no.
That's actually another Ascend classic being called from Bone Cold.
All the way back in the day.
I've seen CNED do that.
Yeah. So desperate times here for Global Esports. Got to get something else on the board. It's like half by round from them, so the weaponry is that much weaker, but so far on their defense side of Split, it's not looking too good.
They need a miracle here, really, don't they?
Yeah.
The poor weaponry, even a 4-8 half with the pistol, maybe you start to have some belief. Oh, the timing there, brutal for Monnier. Is he even going to think about re-clearing mid?
No, and they've just contacted all the way up behind. Not sure if they've just heard Monnier drop or what, but yeah, as he goes to re-clear it, was just so unaware. Just left out of SK Rossi. He's only got the Bucky, and it's, I mean, just full patience. Really, really well played by Vitality, how slowly they were playing that one. Not willing to give anything away.
And that is a Prime Gaming Flawless. Vitality currently so in control of this game. And we've actually seen Split be somewhat attacker-sided when people have been running these double duelist compositions. But then the other problem
Really,
with
really
that
well
is
played
too,
by Vitality,
that
how
when
slowly they were playing that one. Not willing to give anything away.
That is the Prime Gaming Flawless. Vitality currently so in control of this game. And we've actually seen Split be somewhat decided when people have been running these double duels. The other problem with that is too, that when people run the heavy defensive, Paulo also playing it on this map. Twisted also on a masterclass. I think Coca-Cola's calling in general. He just understands this map so well.
The final control here, yeah, it is that final chance. Josh, the fight that he used very early on here by Global Esports, just trying to take control of bizarre a lot of areas of the map at once, but Vitality, they just contacted the wheels. That paranoia. Playing from the night out on multi. It's actually completely nice, but he does get taken down on the high ground. Despite the fact that Paulo is vulnerable, he witnessed out that engagement. Seeker's going to be giving them a lot of information. Players on their way onto the site now. Just containing. Twisted holding close down below to hell. Maybe taking close contact. Angles is going to be cleared, not quite well enough. Very nice. One around now. Takes another deal, but he rips it out. Just go on time.
Side though, I mean, you gotta give the moment to Aaron here. The guy continues to just show up and clutch in those real pivotal moments. Seth.
Sure, he has, and he has been the kind of the pillar for this team. We're talking about him. He is the veteran. He's the one that has that international experience, but it needs to be more spread out amongst the rest of the roster here, because right now he's the only one in the spotlight. Everybody else left out in the shadows. He needs to be able to guide them to a strong attacking half. It's 9-3. It's definitely recoverable, but it definitely feels bad going in with that scoreline after starting on the defending side.
Yeah, on yes, but that is a difficult scoreline to come back from. We need a better pistol round from them. We need them to not rely on Aaron's clutches. GE, this is going to be difficult.
Yeah, it is going to be quite challenging for GE to climb their way back into this game. But with Aaron on the calls, hey, anything is possible. Let's see what happens. Send it back over to Brendan Sideshow.
Anything could be possible. It's always in the hands of the players of Global Esports to see if they can mount that comeback. But so far, one major obstacle has been standing in their way, and that is the duelist players of Vitality. Twiston and Molson just putting up an amazing performance. And it was Twiston who said in the interview series we did, that little pre-tape, that their team doesn't have any star players, but might be weaving a different tale possibly on the other end of this series.
Yeah, I think the Vitality players, it's definitely a dark horse team, but they may become some star players later on down the road. Like Global Esports with a big engagement, they go past Estrian.
Still they need to deal with this heaven position.
Global Esports with a big engagement, they go past Estrian.
Every single bullet in the clip being used as he rattles off the shots from the Sheriff. He's hit that one, still texture. They're working out for them, and they know where to find a player. He's got the most to lose.
Up for success with a great pistol round on both halves, but they just can't compete with this level of talent. I mean, look at that. These shots are absurd.
Yeah, they are crazy.
And the final one from Sender is just good communication that the player is weak enough, but Global Esports offering so many 1v1s, and Vitality are super happy to take them.
Something to be said as well about Vitality's composition being that much more simpler as well. They can obviously focus much more on the trading, the team plays, individual moments.
Bonecold's wall here is so annoying to deal with on an eco round for Global. It takes every bullet in the pistol just to get rid of it and have any semblance of mid control.
Yeah.
And you've got a nice cam setup there that helps them control A-ramp, get a bit of information, or even set up trap plays.
The double face just missing Destrin as he was peeking for that information. Sends out that paranoia as well. Slows down a faster play. And Vitality are swarming it now with the rest of their players, making sure that they contain that choke point that was being watched for.
But there's less than a minute on the clock. They don't control any area of the map, and Global Esports are 4-10 down. They need a Sheriff pick.
And there you go. Once more, kill gonna be found there just from a stray peek. backing away. I believe the spike was dropped down to the floor as well off of that, so they know that they're at least attempting to rotate, and Twisting can hear it all. Right through sewers, making all the noise in the world. Flash play around the corner. Nobody hard clearing this. That is a whiff though, and the players do clean up, and there is the capitalization. Dropping down, a little bit inaccurate with the aim, yet still Mulsi will nail the shots and clean up the remaining players.
Yeah, Global found themselves an opportunity, but again, just no coordination on how they're getting in through a choke point. It's stuff that needs to be drilled, and they'll get there over time, but for now, Global really struggling to get that second player in behind or even offer any utility for Texture to be favored. I mean, look, there's 3-4 seconds before the next player swings down, and no utility to help Texture get into the site, and I feel like that's just been a repetition. Every retake, every attempt to attack.
Steadily, the wiggle room afforded to Global Esports to stay in this map is just getting shortened.
Sorry, I'm just watching the exact same kind of setups that I've seen before on Split from teams like Ascend, teams like 100 Thieves. I mean, this Vitality team has got great protocols on Split.
Taken, dropping down to ropes. Twisting holding this one with the operator, but not be given any easy opportunities to take a stray shot.
This might be over-peaking from Destro.
Yeah, just trying to take this fight, but wow, okay.
That's so clean.
Yeah, and just backs away on top of it. Mulsi, seems like they're trying to get a read that this could have been the B split. Showstopper, I mean, he's literally just contact playing at the very final moment, fires it off into the corner. Gap in the wall means that he'll be able to get back to safety, and damage was done, but no kill claimed onto Bazzi. Could be quite critical. He still has his ult in his hands. Putting on top of the rope though, dodge to the side, good info gain. Now there's 40 seconds left in this round, and there needs to be just a bit more put behind into this round. They do get these kills traded out, but the paranoia is going to be, again, putting a stop to this. There's no fast play behind it. Even that smoke, I think, eating up the flash. Now they're going to be clearing this corner out effectively, dropping down to the floor. The aim not reset enough to take that fight, so Vitality, they earn their way to that 12th round, and now one more round. So it stands between them and winning this map.
So far in the tournament, EMEA as a region has been in shambles, other than Na'Vi. But this Vitality team, definitely a dark horse. Looking pretty excellent here, though, in terms of the raw talent and the way that they understand the map. So far, at lock-in, it's been APAC taking names, but this one is definitely going the opposite way. Vitality is so in control, and the weaponry is brutal here for Global Esports.
Yeah, you have to force up into this, obviously. No more opportunities. Looks like they're just going to be opting into that B split. A heavy take into B heaven. Sender, the rifle spray down, just about gets the aim online. Now you're going to see that Viper's Pit scattered out, cross through the choke point, but no one is dealing with this guy. Just perched up in that heaven position, and Aaron, desperation pushing through, but Vitality, they clean it up. And it just looks like another day in the office for this team. We had questions coming into this series, but so far Vitality, that dark horse aura that's just been surrounding them, looks like people weren't joking.
Not at all. Spoon feeding, twisting the kills. Is that the metaphor there? But that was also Global Esports' pick. That was their map. That's where Aaron feels comfortable. And I don't think the macro game plans were honestly that bad, but it all came down to the details. The devil is in the details, and Global have not found the answers here.
Yeah, just minor moments there, but that's going to do it for map number 1. A short break, and on the other side of things, map number 2 will be coming up after this.
gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello, it's working. Hey guys, पहला मैच खत्म हो चुका है। नो कि आप सब थोड़ा सा सैड मूड में होंगे, बट मैं बस इतना कहना चाहता हूँ, we always make a comeback. पहले लोअर ब्रैकेट से करते थे, सेकंड हाफ से करने की कोशिश करेंगे. When I say G, you would say fighting. G, fighting. G, fighting. G, fighting. Let's go.
Shares coming, Some boxes being coming in, people buying
down at the bottom, pushing it back up again, but the struggle itself is enough to fill Bonkol's heart. He's just happy with the journey and the grind. While other players might have just been, you know, content for their whole career chasing that goal once, Bonkol's there for everything. He's back.
See a lot of util though pushing off this opening pistol round, and it is so important that Global Esports get off to a good start, and it's exactly what they're going to do. Fights being taken this time. The players to back them up, spam their protection. Going to be wary because he knows the just again lurking his way through, but finally the backup arrives now. The twist and players picking it up. In fact, Aaron and Munyet would die to just one shot to the body with the sheriff in his hands right now. So they do actually be relatively careful here. Crossfire side balls, back balls.
Surely Global Esports are not moving. This is just going to be a case.
If you look just at the main map here, I think the danger could be instant. Mentality this is just going to be a case of taking this one in.
One of the first rounds, or rather one of the follow-ups, you saw B take just so many opportunities.
I believe you, let's go!
This does favour a strengthened system, and Global Esports players are so locked up.
He's also claiming one of the targets there, sticking on the defuse. This stream doesn't get half, not sure that he does it. Like that at least, and the spam through. This game plan. All over the place, sticking to half, no way, not a shot in hell, but time running too low for him to make.
They're going to force up. So this is not a bonus round. This is just a straight up
down again. My word, they do just about straight through and claim that round. Global Esports. Expensive one for them to win.
So much importance now being placed on this one. Global Esports not messing around, are they? Stop here. Global Esports trying to attack into this one because it's a little bit slow and it affords twisted. Strike one pass through. Almost the entirety of the opposing team just blinds to that one pass through.
so desperate. One of those, that is another split.
Aaron needs to regain their footing.
Lockdown, Nightfall to work with. These are big ultimates.
Lots of big odds to work.
I think Global Esports composition.
There's nothing really happening in that fight. I don't think so. But this is one where Aaron needs to come up with a strategy. Lockdown, Nightfall to work with. These are big ultimates which are a lot of pressure. I think Global Esports composition.
Both teams, of course, running the same.
They're probably going to want to play towards the A side more often because they don't have a very good way of approaching the B. See the spike leading in that direction. I think the question of how to apply B pressure is also going to be asked. Both teams, of course, running the same comps.
It's also a dangerous position. We've seen textures.
Be a real danger. Justin's uptapped it up onto this box ahead of time. An operator in his hand as well. All the way down his angle. And then was holding the angle. The crosshair placement was good, but does not get the kill. Yeah, dropping him down to 10 health, so one yet survives. Policeman's just picking apart Vitality. It seems is what it feels like, and now it's on Twisted.
That is great work from Paulo as well. He had to use that exact reaction to escape Ross's ult. So he was prepped and he knew perfectly what he wanted to do. Read the play and counted it.
Feel like Global Esports have been throwing it up back. He's now just scrambling to 5 players now. Grouped up.
I would love to see Aaron use his lockdown to fake the hit onto the A side. Allow Global Esports to go to the middle. They're making it really noisy.
Brewdog, that spacing just not good enough. The collateral in play, one after the other. Trying to take the fight. They will all fall. Twisted. Should be second-guessing this now because there's 3 players of Vitality just ready and waiting.
That is great work from Bonecold as well. He had to use that exactly in reaction to SK Rossi's ult. So he was prepped and knew perfectly what he wanted to do. Read the play and countered it.
It does feel like Global Esports have been thrown a bit off balance here because now it's just a scramble. 5 players now grouped up. And use that Prowler to re-clear deep into B main, but
I would have loved to see Aaron use his lockdown as a fake re-hit onto the A site to allow Global Esports to go.
There's another one. It's a pretty It's an understatement.
It's going to be sent flying through. It's going to be a Prowler up close. Lockdown as a response, though.
And they know that this is going to get value because Bone Cold had cleared out the whole of A. However, Bone Cold running into Monya there does open a path for Global Esports to just pivot back.
I suppose, but lockdown used ever so slightly later, so yeah. Clearing out this side, but there was space at the back of Hall. Someone needs to break this turret. It's actually just being whistled down to no health at all, but players are weak.
Do they know that Vitality could be in back halls here? Do they know the lockdown?
No back halls control, and that's an immediate punish from that one. Just on a heaven position, he was offered a free shot, but it just about missed this one. Are they going to be able to get this plant down? They haven't cleared these players out of back halls again. Just seeing limits to it, and Destrian, he's caught this flank timing. No one's watching it. So many gaps in the play, just like that, picked apart. Munya, Star has the pull. He can disrupt this one, but so much to do for him. Good timing off it. He is smoked away though, but that's going to dissipate. It's all on this.
I don't know where he is.
What timing can he take? Buys his time, has to hit the shots, reset one at the abdomen, but it's just being stuck.
And Twiston hitting the no-scope after someone tries to shorty him. How dare you, shorty Twiston? 15-4. And Global Esports just not able to put together a round again. The gap that Destrian exploits is inch perfect. He got into this position because he'd slunk his way, on the flank through B-Link. So while Bone Cold ran through spawn, Destrian managed to wiggle his way through the shop area. He knew that Monya wasn't watching it.
Not enough layers.
But also, Vitality are doing such a good job of just abusing all of the holds, right? It's one thing to know that your opponent's making mistakes, but Vitality are getting the punish every time.
Intelligent gameplay.
Inch perfect. He got into this position because he's spun his way on the flank. So while Mongo ran through spawn,
said earlier, if they can regain their kind of footing, but so far, obviously, distance between these rounds, 5 to 3 being that scoreline, it's not too wide. Still, a lot could be done.
Yeah, there's obviously chances back into this map and chances back into this series, especially if their players were feeling the nerves and that impacted the game and they can get over it.
Flash through, Horn's quite good, lands into the back of the side, but ever so slightly mistimed, and okay, Texture, let's see what you can do. Cloudburst laid down, his gun wasn't ready. Util was quite good there, Multi weakened, dropping down quite low. That's a double swing onto a high-low setup with the Frenzy, just not enough bullets to make the most of it.
Next round, the most important one though for Global. It's an opportunity to get the momentum back and put a round on the board where you'll still be able to buy next time. Cosmic Divide can be massive. I mean, we've seen teams just pop a Cosmic Divide down on B, go for the plant spot behind the blocks. It's about how they navigate space and make it so that Vitality aren't just stacking the side of the map that they want to play. Oh, Vitality are looking like they want to fight really heavily on B here.
See that the Astral Wall is available.
next round, the most important one though, it's an opportunity to get momentum back, put around the board, still be able to find that. Cosmic Divide can be massive. I mean, we've seen teams just pop Cosmic Divide on B, go for it. Destrian's got for them on A. He's just sat in secret with an Ovid, waiting to deny the plant.
Turret can't get to him.
Yeah.
I mean, the setup is just so well thought out right now. The Lava's going to get the information to send it out. They are making their way through the bar.
Silent phone call of the broken.
He's fully blinded up the hot flash, but lots of some blind fire, it seems like. Now Bone Cold needs to make it.
Back off that corner. Broken the Lava. So, full knowledge to be gained now. Vitality noted though he's committed off the back of that utility through art.
Twiston's dropped that to a more passive position where he still gets an info, and that's freed up Monty and Bone Cold to roam around the map and fill in the gaps.
Holding this one. Flash, nightfall. Just pushing back. Another lockdown. Just lay it
stage. You know, how does it feel to finally see them play? I see you guys down there supporting them as well.
Yes, it feels amazing. It's crazy. We didn't think we'd get this far, but here we are, playing on the biggest stage in the world.
Yeah, I love hearing you guys cheer for them as well. All of the GE fighting coming on as well. What do you make of their performance so far? That was a really close half.
Yes, it's been okay so far. I know this is usually how the team starts, so even when they're scrimming, the first map is usually the slowest, and then they pick up pace. It's looking so far so good. I think we should be able to pick up and take this map out and hopefully take it to map 3.
Oh, you have faith?
Yes, I have to.
Now, if you could, you know, talk to your players right now, give them a little bit of motivation, what would you say to them right now?
Oh, wow. It's easy. GE fighting.
GE fighting?
Yes.
Anything else? Because I feel like a couple of them looked a little bit nervous in the beginning, but they're really picking up the pace now.
No, I think they're okay. A lot of them have experience on stage before, and the people that I was worried about are Monye and Texture, because they haven't played on such a big stage before. So I think they're doing pretty good. I think now the team is just getting warmed up. They'll be good.
We're going to get to a map 3. You're promising me this. You're confident?
If not, I'll get you a jersey.
Oh, I'll take it. Okay, let's get a GE fighting at home for the fans that are watching.
Okay, perfect.
GE fighting!
GE fighting!
Yes!
And also shout out to the 300 plus people watching at our watch party in Mumbai.
Oh, okay. I love that. I love that shout out. Thank you so much for joining me. I can't wait to see what they can do in the second half, and I'm going to pitch this back to Saisho and Brent to get it on the way.
GE fighting. That's the key.
Fighting.
That is the key, Josh. The key to victory. And listen, this map is looking much better for them in comparison to that first map that we were just watching on Split, where it was very one-sided. You know.
I'll take it. Okay, let's get a GE fighting at home for the fans that are watching. GE fighting!
Nationalities. It's always a risk.
Saisho and Brent to get it on the way.
It's always a risk when they might just fall back.
This one's watching. Coming into the back of the side, twisted. Evacuating the drop down low, does forward, SK Rossi. Not much more difficult forward. Rolling that spray down. It's like now it's down. Like that. Timing, they're already watching that one.
Have been hammering this point at home, but it's a region that's just been marred, I think, by issues with the infrastructure as well, just really kind of like putting a dampener, I think, on the esports scene. But this is a massive moment. See if they can make the most of it here on this big stage for SK Rossi.
Yeah, can you capitalize?
Yeah.
And the rest of Global as well. I mean, it's players from all over the place with different backgrounds and different stories, which makes it a really ambitious project. Texture picking up both of those kills over on A and shutting down one of the biggest threats. A 3v5 for Vitality Surely it's unwinnable,
I mean,
even with the Sheriff potential.
Even with the Sheriffs, I mean, oh my goodness, it's looking a bit awkward. Nowhere near as awkward as it has been in the prior map. Already just layering into the util. The C's, the Horn, everything being used. Multi just trying to make it difficult for them, but Texture's watching that angle down. So this time, Global Esports able to win out in that anti-eco round. Not too much damage being done as well to their own economy, so a much better beginning to this half.
Yeah, super important. And if you recall last time, round 2, Global Esports barely kept anybody alive, and they had to fly up. So they didn't get a bonus. With how cleanly Texture dealt with those players,
back just to disengage, to play with the rest of his team in his high-low setup. Brutal to try and break through. Texture, in the midst of all of this, that's managed to find himself a rifle, but 2v4, might as well try and play it. A bit of random spam again, just onto that common angle means that Monyet's dealt with, and oh my goodness, the reactions just dragging that one all the way down, finding a final bullet.
the spray control from Twiston and Mulsey was impeccable in that round. And once again, the same as Split, this duo, this relatively unknown duo to the global stage is pounding. And if you talk to any fans of EMEA, Twiston and Mulsey, they're primed. They're ready to take that next step up to the big stage and show everybody how talented they are. Underrated, but very skilled.
I've just been waiting for that opportunity to showcase what they can do on the global events, on the global stage.
And that bonus round from Global didn't actually do very much damage to the Vitality economy. So...
Flash play! Oh my goodness, that's a little bit awkward.
Oh, Texture didn't take a point of damage, but I don't know how.
Yeah, I mean, just about gets out of there, doesn't he? Still, another pop flash play, and that angle was just perfect, but oh my goodness! And yet just running circles around them, spraying them down, a bit of inaccuracy helping them out, and well, the main choke point also being watched for. Texture, a bit more of a defensive position from him, but this round so far just entirely secured up from Monyet, really.
Yeah, I think the biggest player that has improved from map 1 to map 2, and maybe shaken off some of the nerves that Rushi was talking about, is Monyet. How many times did we see him push a smoke, take a bad fight, not be there for a trade on Split? And now on Pearl, he's in the right place at the right And now
one was an easy for us, but this one is going to be fast. So no pressure to take that back time out. Decide what they want to do.
I think part of the decision they can afford more rifles, so I think the best option is to next year is something in the direction. So it puts them in a bit of an odd spot. It's fine to have your history feel like passive on the attack side, mostly just one area.
So again, the Battle of the Jets are going to be witnessing this head-to-head. Recall star up close. At least just the star popped actually off the back of that one, and it's left ever so slightly a gap. Texture. Beautiful shot from him, just finding the target. Twiston though, playing up close. Flash play as well. Let's see if he wants to try and play through this one. A dash forwards into it, and the angle not watched for. SK Rossi with the anchoring. Might have just overcooked it though. Tries to take the wider swing, wanted a little bit more, and he is going to be punished. And that lockdown, Texture just mistiming it.
Okay, doesn't look like Texture's going to get punished because this would be wild overextension for Sender, but they might catch a rotator, retaker.
Yeah, pushing forward, just trying to take this fight forwards. There's a Prowler, and a whole lot of utility just jumped through. Texture though, what an answer once more. The Blade Storm ripped out of his hands, and 4 kills were found in that round. Wonderful, wonderful response.
Wild overextension for Sender, but they might catch a rotator, retaker.
Pushing forward, just trying to take this fight forwards. It's a Prowler. The whole lot of utility just jumped forward.
Seen Vitality on an eco round yet?
I mean, we have when they've been losing these pistol rounds.
Sure, sure.
But outside of that, it feels unlikely.
I can't quite recall, but it definitely feels like Global have got the best opportunity they've had. Again, Monya, though, gets a 3K out of that position, even though he's pushed.
Being pressured there by the Stingers as well is a difficult task to really remain unscathed. So the fact that he did get 3 is quite impressive. But they have handed over this rifle to Destrian. But not going to have the players afforded for Vitality to make the most of this one. It's going to have to be, again, heroics and lurk plays, maybe. You can see him throwing out the starter just to throw in a bit of subterfuge, but I believe there's an alarm bot just before it. Yeah, so they're just fully aware that he's not going to be pushing through that smoke.
And he was hoping that the smoke would draw more players to A and allow him to get a lurk off, but Bazi was watching that area no matter what.
Yeah.
Doesn't really look like there's going to be an opportunity for Vitality to turn this one around, especially with only 30 seconds, but we've seen them win some crazy rounds so far.
Dash popped off, that's in response to that. Asher Star's just being placed down, and yeah, all down to Destrian, but it's contained, taken care of.
He's hoping that
without the tip of the spear, just left with a stick.
And again, it's a recurring theme, it feels like. Texture just removing that threat of Twiston. The guy is supposed to be leading the charge.
The defensive side probably just favored, you know, in the Jet head-to-head in general, but that's what you absolutely need to do. You can't allow Twiston to just have his way, which he was able to do all the time in map 1.
Prowler does push away Texture from that angle. Now opting to play at the back of the side, but there's going to be that no command sent through. Watching for the smoke push. No one there. It's going to dissipate. Now a Cosmic Divide as well. And Texture, you got to be kidding me. You can't be trying to push through this one. I mean, can't use any abilities whatsoever. Doesn't even have a dash. Does he still want to try and take this one? Planted out into the open.
It's a great plant spot.
Yeah.
I think the key player to watch here is going to be Monya.
Nice timing just being taken into mid. Could be a bit of a backstab play. Prowler goes through the wall as it does fade away. One yet now. Not the smokes, it's a double face, and okay. Contained, just that flank, that one play that was happening. Now to Nightfall, scatters his way across, but it's that 3v3. Bazzi sticking it, does manage to get half. The shot, not fired, but eventually they deal with him, but has enough been done for them? The smoke again fading away, Texture sticking it now with the cloud burst, but eventually enough shots fired off into the cloud burst that they find their mark, and Vitality, it's a little bit squeaky that round, but they do eventually claim it.
I think though the strengths of Vitality's post plan would win them most of the time that round.
Yeah.
The fact that they control art so heavily, and this kill here to me just closes the round out, because without any pressure, they have 3 players holding this angle, and the spike is just right in the open, right in front of them. Unless the spray misses miraculously and someone gets a full diffuse off, they've got this. And there's the punish. I was wondering if anybody would try and pull that out. It is such a dangerous position to opt from when your opponent has knives.
For exactly the reason that we just saw. And now that jet head-to-head, that battle that's taking place between these 2 players. Twiston, he answers back, doesn't he? Gets up to 20 kills on it, but holding the up-close position. Dash was just about fading, he couldn't get out of there.
And that was a really bold angle to be taking. The defenders have the advantage there almost all the time. And this lockdown is so early from Aaron. Monya can't overheat.
Offsetting of the movement, do they want to try and punish this? They know where he's going to be isolated. Jump Peak going to be spotting him out. Bazzi has to try and bail him out here. Util drop forwards, and there we go. Swing is just perfect. Fragment nade did rebound against the wall. Take out one yet, but Global Esports were showing that discipline, but they have offered up the entirety of A now. This lurk timing from Sender. He has managed to find his way deep to the back of A. Now the Lombard though is going to be revealing that that position is compromised. So
fight in mid. There's something going on here. Destrian clashing with Aaron. They're walking back to back.
Yeah, I mean, just right down into sewers, watching it. Timing needs to be the trade. Bazzi contains. Pushed into the corner, the position is known, the flick of the wrist is there, but is there time? That is the question. He's going to be sprinting all the way with a knife out now.
Rossi has nade.
And it's not really planted, a quick tap of it right out into the open. It should be a slam dunk, indeed it is. SK Rossi, safe hands from here.
There's something going on here. Destrian clashing with Aaron, they're walking back.
Yeah, I mean, just right down into sewers, watching it. Timing pushed into the corner, the position is known. But Texture watching this one, Operator tries to go for the flick, now being pressured, and Sender wasn't watching the right angle. Still, Texture is under a lot of pressure right now, just being flooded in, and out of trap position. Still, how does he claim a second kill? It is even though, 3-3.
But now they've got rifles.
And yeah, they have exchanged the weaponry around. Spikes need to be
That's
taken. That is
huge.
such a massive one to win.
Because that also gives up the entire part of the map that the spike's been planted for. Destrian has an awful position here. He's not going to meet anybody. He's going to stay alive, but he can't spam the plant.
The wall blocks him away. SK Rossi with a flank timing, just impeccable. Bone Cold not expecting it. This task ahead of Destrian to try and salvage this. It's an impossible one. Doesn't have any util. Not going to be watched for. Either side swinging back and forth, and SK Rossi finalizes it. And Global Esports now on the precipice. One more round is what's going to stand between them and bringing this to map number 3. He's being forced back and forth. Flick of the wrist, it misses. Texture doesn't land the shot. This is painstaking right now. They've already lost it, but it is that 1-for-1.
But I think Rossi panicked a little bit. He used his ultimate in the midst of all of this. Maybe just to try and keep himself alive. It's a big tool.
Util, yeah, it was a big tool. Not going to be available now. Aaron. His job just to try and hold down this angle. Doesn't pay for it with his life, but the util was cleared out. His turret not going to be watched now for any space that it's gained, and it forces him to just keep his eyes on it physically himself. Doesn't have that util. Does have his back being watched though. See the util there with the alarm button, and Nanoswarm needs to stay alive though, and there we go, timing. Nanoswarm's popped off, and it has separated them. Split them up. SK Rossi right into the corner. Does he realize? Finally spots it. Spike dropped down, and now the re-swing. Reset of the aim, one after another. SK Rossi, with his country represented, India, taking them all the way. His back being watched though. See the util there with the alarm button. Nanoswarm needs to stay alive though.
You know, speaking of the anchoring, I do want to give a shout out to Aaron as well, because he has been such a reliable hand for this team every single time. Put him in the midfield, he'll get you one. He puts the utility where he needs to. He's locking down these sites.
On X set, Aaron only called one side of the map, only the defense. This is where this guy
bread and butter,
thrives,
baby.
and he did it again. The anchoring from him was fantastic, and same from Meunier. He had a great map set.
He really did, and that was one of the more surprising things because we didn't see too much from really anybody on GE on that first map of Split, but Meunier in particular was also struggling as that second controller. It was Aaron who was really the only one who was able to get anything done, and then Bazzi as well in that second half. But yeah, what a leveled up performance from him, constantly coming away with 3Ks, 4Ks. It was a nutty performance from this guy.
Well, and here's the thing, right? One of the things that we were really highlighting, especially in the Split game, Mimi, was the Pistols.
Yeah.
If they were able to win an eco, maybe there's a chance here. And they were able to find that success. And how big was that for them?
I mean, it was fantastic 4 for 4 thus far in the series, but this time they were not choking away to those rounds with the Sheriffs. It felt like they cleaned up, particularly in that second half. If Split was defined by a lot of unforced errors, the nerves, your first time on stage, this map was kind of defined by GE warming up and showing us what they can really do.
And that just goes back to our interview there with Rushi and what he said. He said in their scrims, they do often drop that first map. They start off a little bit slow, and then they heat up, and then they take the scrim from there. And that might just be what we're looking at.
Yeah, and, you know, also, well, the pride of India, right at the end of the game there. SK Rossi doing it big on the world stage, and I'm sure everyone in Mumbai was watching and losing their mind with this, because this young man, we know the skill is there, Mimi, and this was the moment where I really felt like, hey, SK Rossi, welcome to the VCT.
Yeah, again, look back at map number 1. He was whipping some easy shots on the stage. Comes into this one and individually is feeling it. And you see how much it means to him. But also, from that watch party that you're talking about, it means so much to the Indian fans. This is the first time that entire subcontinent of so many millions of people has had someone to represent them at an international Valorant tournament, and it is paying off.
Yeah, it is a wonderful thing to see. But let's go ahead, though, and move into our last map here. We're going to map 3, folks, and it's going to be Lotus. We've been talking a lot about Global Esports, and they certainly deserve their moment. But let's talk about the fact that Vitality were flustered coming out of that game. And now you're going into, well, an unknown commodity yet again with Lotus.
I mean, it went from easy breezy, you know, shrugging, saying, I don't know what these guys are doing, you know, them feeding each other, miming feeding each other at the end of the map, to just looking completely lost in that second half. But now we go to Lotus, and we have to once again say, what is going to happen?
Prime Gaming Agent Select's about to take place here, and you see what the players have hovered before. Harbor from Destrain, maybe? That could be nice.
I would like to see that one out of Destrain. It looks like if they do go through with it, it would be a solo controller answer to this map. For GE, they're going for kind of a simple comp. You see this on a lot of maps. The Omen there as a kind of the double dive with texture on that Jet. But for the other side, Vitality go for the fade raise. They're going to be good on their defense at Gambits. They're going to be good at stalling out, retaking with that Harbor wall as well. But it's a solo controller. A lot of pressure is going to be on that Harbor player.
Absolutely.
Well, here we go, folks. Map 3, one more to decide who moves forward in this competition. Let's go ahead and send it right back over to Brennan Sideshow. Hope you guys are having a good time.
Certainly am, yeah. This series is delivering so far. And yeah, this final map going to be deciding who moves forward and who goes home between Vitality and Global Esports. So far, back and forth, honestly. And now we're heading to Lotus, honestly. Even more unknowns. We didn't know anything before we were heading into this series about these two teams. You know, we had rough glimpses, I suppose, of Vitality from the off-season. But now we really don't know what to expect.
I mean, just nothing. You can look at how you expect the compositions to work, but we've seen a range of different comps have a lot of success on Lotus. So I don't know who to give the advantage to
this fight. A lot of early pressure, it looks like, from Global Esports towards A main. There's going to be a fault line there, nice and early through the connector. The goal of this is just to try and contain this space towards A main. An instant response, though. Look at this. Vitality willing to pivot, taking controller B main actually, and now going to be using the wall to just rotate her all the way around. Try and claim a free side onto C. A lot of util being dumped into the back of it just to clear it out, making sure that if anybody is there, they're going to be scurrying away. But it is going to be afforded now a free plan, but it's flank timing. Oh my goodness! Huge. Punishing this one, still running backwards, backpedaling from Sender.
It's a good paranoia.
Yep, it was good. Caught onto him there, and now this pressure is really on them. Sender needs to come up with the goods and just can't quite deliver it. Taking an awkward fight there, awkward engagement. And the spike's been dropped down. Vitality were getting ahead of themselves. They took complete control of the connectors with the back of their spawn ahead of time, thinking that it was just going to be offered for them.
How do they get the spike back now?
I mean, how do you play retake? Not much util you've got available to them other than the wall from Destrian. Let's see what he does here. Splitting up the site now. They can isolate a fight, but no, just swinging all the way through. No fear whatsoever. That
But I'm not worried about this round because Global Esports, since Pearl, just feel like they've fixed that issue.
Flooding through into it. Spike going to be dropped down to the corner. Late look from Bonecord. He can do some real damage here. Okay.
I'm worried.
You should be worried, Josh.
I'm worried again.
Yeah, listen. You're going to get the entire ire of India on you as well if you keep this one up.
It wasn't my fault.
Well, kills are offered up. 3 for 3 still in this round now. 3 versus 3, I should say. And now slowing it down a little bit here for Vitality, making sure that they wait it out.
I think Vitality's composition is usually going to have a lot of utility. But in these early rounds, they can't afford all of it, obviously. So Global Esports should have opportunities to get much better retakes early in the half compared to later. The question is just whether Sender lands a headshot, Bonecord finds a pick. And the Global Esports players are not going to have any idea whether Vitality have pushed deep, because they're miles away.
They're contented all the way up. It's always awkward, honestly, retaking the C side when you don't have any control of the inner workings of the map, the connectors, because you really do have to clear everything carefully. You don't know if they could have pushed up. You can see Aaron making sure it's a slow and steady approach here, just trying to link up with the rest of his team from Waterfall.
Time is going to tick, but Vitality, again, have no util, so no post-plant ability.
Flash to push them through. One player holding it water there. That's Bonecord to the back. They want to fight this one, and the Sheriff's in their hands. Anything could happen. Running gun in action, but Aaron, he will win out the fight eventually. Dropped down to 17 health, but
The question is just whether, Sender lands a headshot or Bonecord finds a pick.
quite find a second shot.
Could have been everything, couldn't it?
Yeah, makes it dangerous for them though. Jump peek, SK Rossi taking it again. There's a bit of a Marshall moment. Gun is quite good, by the way.
Any damage done here is actually huge. Rossi could give his team a phenomenal advantage in round 4.
So how does he want to play this one? I mean, he hoovered up the rifle in his hands right now with his Phantom. And he should be playing for the kills, like you said, Josh.
Yeah, I think he wants to be playing pretty aggressively. I don't think saving the rifle here is the right move. But looks like he just wants to take a cautious approach. And that's going to let Twist and Bone Cold Multi, that's going to let those guys off the hook.
Yeah. Maybe not willing to give them potentially any easy kills. Multi is 2 away from his ult, so
yeah, there's always
play close to it.
There is always a risk reward.
Yeah. 3 away from Bone Colds and Twist, and so.
And there's a lot of ways to play for ult orbs on this map. But still, okay. SK Rossi taking the safe approach there. A Vitality, that means that they're going to be able to get a decent buy, but I think this breach flash, where you just saw Twist and follow up, that clearly was not accounted for by Global Esports.
No.
So they need to adjust to that. If they're going to commit so many bodies to try and control A, you can't just allow all of you guys to get flashed and stuck in a corner. That was a massive miss. Texture with an operator in his hands, though, was such a major win condition on Pearl. And here we see it again.
Yeah, might be just that. Once more, that is a heavy stack, though, from Global Esports. Look at that. Essentially leaning 4 of their players over. Obviously, the connector's still being played as well by or by Bazzi, I should say. And they are, once again, pushing up off the back of this drone. Now, they did this prior, though. They did this in the pistol round, so it should be contained in a way. And look at this Vitality. Oh, they've got all 4 of their players ready for the approach, but it is just an absolute slaughter back and forth.
I don't think they were expecting as many of the global players to be there. Vitality have called an immediate pivot into C, but that's the game plan from Aaron. He wants them to run into the nano swarms.
Look at this angle. Operator in his hands, Texture. He's holding for it. The clearance isn't good. Oh my goodness, the spacing just good enough. Still a bit of damage done there through the wall. Bone Cold dropped down to 5 health. The damage is being done now in this 2v3. Still, you can't afford to give up too much. Paranoia play. Twiston tries to just spam the angle that he was expecting a player to swing through on. Left down into that 1v3. Bone Cold will have to really pull out all the stops to be trying to win this one, and it's just not possible. All the resources available. Spam through the doors, and when an Odin's in your hands, I mean, that thing can seem like paper. Still, the fight needs to be taken. Got to be careful. Don't want to give away too much, and what's going to be offered for them? Well, has to dodge that flash, and as he does, it creates that opening.
It's the same breach flash ruining Global Esports' control over A, and it's opened up a gap for Twiston.
Oh, yeah, and just with the door opened up, that one connector, the prior fight being taken, lurks his way in. This is all but over for Global Esports. I mean, Texture's doing a lot, just very disciplined there as he just tries to slowly pick up onto this angle, even a crouch peek as well. Nade pushing them back. I think if you are Global Esports, just want to be saving the weapons that you got here. Don't want to be giving away the operator.
Yeah, if they can play exits, that would be beneficial, just to keep damaging Vitality's economy. But this map, you can just exit everywhere.
It's a lot offered for them, but just to talk about this round that actually ended up happening as well, a recurring thing that we've seen, like you said, Josh, that breach flash that's not being dealt with when they fight over that A main control.
It's
I think Vitality's comp is much better at fighting for that early A main pressure.
They have a lot more utility that they can throw into that area, and also, I feel like whether it's players getting blinded or players having to turn away, that breach flash is ruining them. And it might be something where Texture wants to pre-cloudburst the area. Just so that,
block it off.
Yeah, just to block it off, so that when the flash pops, he doesn't have to worry about it. You just saw it there in the replay. It blooms kind of really high in the defender's sightline, but you could cloudburst that if you can predict the timing of it.
It's difficult.
Or alternatively, have somebody play from kind of the A site position so that they're anti-flash, and they can swing, but the angles are awkward.
So we step ourselves now into this round here, round 6. Swing off the Prowler. Oh, that's dealt with. Twiston Felt like there wasn't too much else behind that one. Maybe just a little bit late with the stun that should have been coming, but...
I like this Odin idea from Munya. It is working.
A lot of warbang angles on this map in particular. Saw Cloud getting good usage of it, actually, earlier in the tournament. A couple of Guardian kills, but it's an interesting round because the ultimates are building up on either side. A lot of tools to work with. You might start to see some of them offloaded.
3 players on the B site, and if Bone Cold gets his breach ult in there, those guys will not be able to hold on. It is a tiny choke point though, so risk reward maybe not quite in Vitality's favor. Lockdown being used here seems strange to me because Aaron's still going to be able to back up and pop his Nano Swarms off.
It's quite interesting.
And he has a counter lockdown, so is this all just a fake to hit B with the breach ult or the Nightfall?
Looks like there might be a pivot in play yet. There's a Nightfall. Moves them back. No more audio cues from Munyet, and there's a Rolling Thunder. That's used in response. Global Esports pushing them back, but still pushing their way through. Aftershock into the corner. It's going to be causing it to be a little bit more awkward, and time is running so damn low now. The wall's still blocking off these sightlines. Plant's going to go down, and no one really disrupting this up close to the wall. Texture does cover it.
What a shot.
And it has to be heroics. It has to be now. One after the other. The double swing, not spacing themselves out, and it is just crumbling before them. What was an opening, what was an opportunity for Global Esports to at least turn that in their favor? It just crumbles. The same errors we were talking about in map number 1, just rearing their heads there.
Oh, and that's a 4v2. A 4v2 retake, I think, where it all just fell to pieces. Texture did such a good job at hitting the first one onto Destrian. But then this kind of crouch peek play from Bazzi is no bueno.
Not too good, but...
Set Sender up for a 4K. Holding on, and Vitality now powered up.
So forcing Global Esports down to that eco. Texture one away from his Blade Storm. It's a heavy stack over towards A. This time, not willing to fight over some of that A main pressure, so they've realized the mistake prior. Like, okay, well, we don't really have the util to go pound for pound and try and fight for that control, so we'll give it up.
If they can sniff out the A stack, though, the rest of the map is so weak from Global's defense.
Wide open. See this positioning being played by Aaron. I mean, he was behind just the bank of sand there, but has to give it up. He does hear that util being used into the front side of B.
Uh-oh. The spike is returning over to A. Global Esports haven't moved an inch.
As he's holding his fall line, I think. Maybe off a bit of util, but revealing a couple of these players, fault line, and a nade as well.
Okay, the pivot into B here makes more sense to me, I think.
Yeah, a lot has been showcased so far, I think. Global Esports making it quite obvious that they've stacked this and out into B. Should be a free plant, yeah, especially with the Cove. It's going to be blocking any potential damage. Obviously, the position isn't even there in the first place, but playing for this retake, I think narrow sight lines, narrow angles as well. Could see that the pistols get a bit of work done. Dart pushes the players back now, and Vitality feeling the pressure is definitely on. Shorty right up close and personal, still twisting, lurks his way around, and no one is dealing with this guy at all. Shorty in play. That's gonna be that slam dunk. Looking like it could have got a bit dangerous, but no, Vitality win it out, 4 players remaining alive.
And I think at this point in the game, after 7 rounds have been played, Vitality should have a really good read of how Global Esports are playing their defense. And this is where a good attack side caller or a good coach is going to be able to give you a lot of other good ideas for the rest of the rounds. And something that strikes me is that Twiston hasn't been double blast packing into C very much. We saw players do that a lot in some of the previous games on Lotus. I mean, Jing comes to mind, but there were a bunch of other people doing it.
Yeah.
But he has his Razor. There's only really been Aaron holding the C site early on. I feel like that's incredibly abusable. And Global Esports have taken a timeout here, but that also allows Salah to talk to Vitality. And I'm concerned because Global's defensive plan doesn't look too bad, but they're putting a lot of resources into fighting A lobby, and they're still losing that. So that weakens the rest of the map whilst not even allowing them to hold A lobby.
Yeah.
It's not like, it's not a bad idea, but they don't have the tools to really execute the plan.
One of the best looks that they have showcased so far, at least, is putting that operator in the hands of Texture. Because Honestly, one of the weaknesses of Vitality's comp, I will say, is that this Harbor, this solo controller, you can't smoke just A main and fake that you're pressuring A main. So an operator is really powerful from long sidelines.
Counterpoint, what if SK Rossi on Sova ops?
I mean, that is, okay. Hello, India, I'm ready for it. Let's go. I mean, sure. Why not?
Very unusual. He's probably going to have to send out a recon dart early for some control and then operate. But, I mean, look at Vitality. I think they're going to go for the play that I talked about. Double blast pack with the Razor into C.
Util being dumped through, so control of A. Immediately pivoting. They know that they're pushing up a lot of the player base. Now you can see a lot of the team of Vitality. Dumping a bit of utility through, and now you see it. Reckoning and a showstopper. Great combination. Clears out the side entirely. And this ult is a little bit
really
awkward there from SK Rossi. Yep, dashing away just to avoid that showstopper rocket that was flying right towards their spawn. But
and one of the problems is, I mean, if SK Rossi had ulted as the plant was going down, then maybe they don't get that one off.
Timing. Oh my goodness, the lurk. Oh, it's all just a bit hidden, isn't it? Monyet, will he be able to be aware of this? Not quite. Sender's reflank has just been brutal for them. Backstabbing them. Moving forwards though, Aaron does deal with this one. Now how does this retake happen? A lot of util, aftershock into the corner. SK Rossi moving up, has the operator. Does he suspect the player is close? Time is running low. Texture trying to stick this now. The raw spam, the random spam. Trying to go for the quick scope, half onto the defuse. No one's dealt with Twiston. And he was just that extra layer that they needed.
Good execution from Vitality. Nice post-plant play as well. And Global Esports finding it very difficult to retake with an op in the hands of Rossi. And kind of setup here makes it really difficult. That post-plant spot that is miles out in the open. And they're able to get that plant down because there was nobody on C. They're leaving C open super early in the rounds. I think you're probably going to see something similar here from Vitality. If they try and go towards A and they meet too much resistance, pivot C, get a plant.
Be resistance on a couple of the targets. All that util being dumped forwards. Going to be able to win out this fight. Question is, can they fight and claim over this next rifle? Destrian's there, just trying to take the battle to them. Making it awkward.
Yeah, they trade a kill but get 2 rifles for it, so it's still good for Global Esports. Double Vandal, 3v3 retake. Vitality are favored for sure, and they've got nice post-plant positions, but it's winnable for Global Esports.
It becomes really hard to try and clear out. Players were holding close.
Multi's giving away where he is.
Yeah, it's revealed. On a headshot angle, though, there's not going to be a re-swing. Dart push back now. Has to be aware that there could be a push, but time, again, starting to run low. These post-plant positions, they've got to know that a few players there holding it. The timing. Someone needs to start sticking this. Where are the protocols? Where are the layers? Attack onto the spike, but it's just so difficult to try and win out now, and left up to Aaron. We'll claim a rifle in the middle of all of this one, but another round tallied up now for Vitality. They're going to be, I think, 6 on the board.
And this is where Global Esports needs to change up the defensive setup. I mean, you can't just do the same thing every time and expect it to work. When Vitality, you've got the read. I think you need to be putting pressure. Maybe you fight Sand this round. Or maybe Texture ops towards C this round. Or you go for, you know, a stack towards B and play retake A. I don't know, there are different options here. But the point being that they need to shift. Vitality have got the read currently. So you see it happen, actually. And it looks like Texture is going to be set up with the operator on C. But they've still got the Killjoy utility behind that. Might have been better off putting Aaron on B. But this is a new team, and I'm sure Aaron's scrambling to come up with the adjustments early.
Oh my goodness, Bazzi, given the timing, you can't still be taking that fight, though. He does back away with the aftershock, so early kill found. Pretty vital target as well in the form of Twiston, but an instant rotation now by Vitality. They noticed that that early utility wasn't being used towards A main. Chances are they're not playing it, but SK Rossi gets some really good mid-round information, and that drone spots at least 2 of the players.
There's 3 players ready to defend A.
Yeah, swarming back onto the site. Operator, Texture pushing forwards. That's a risky maneuver.
And he missed a shot.
Yeah, mistimed, risky timings, and there was a gap into the smoke. The spam is just not being afforded, is it? No angles to really play for, and the operator's going to be salvaged, picked up, backed away. Global Esports forced to save for another day.
Vitality looking clean. I like the pivots as they move around the map. I think one of the big things that Boncold's done well here is make his team quick to react to things. When they realize that there's pressure in one area of the map, They're very fast to immediately group and hit somewhere else. They're not trying to play the clock, they're just trying to play the rotations. Make sure they get easy access to sites. Global Esports had the read though, it just... Vitality overwhelmed them as that sloppiness came back into their play.
Trying to play retake there. I mean, maybe it's different if Texture ends up landing a shot. This could be really dangerous. With a no-scope, you can't even save the weapons into it.
No, that's brutal.
Yeah.
Absolutely brutal. Not only do you lose all of your weaponry, but Vitality didn't have to use their Breach ultimate or their Killjoy ultimate. They still have two enormous tools to win another round. On C, on B, you know, wherever they want to use them, maybe a post plant A. There are just so many options on this map for how you want to work the ults.
Steadily gaining a lead. Obviously, the map has found itself to be quite attack-sided so far at lock-in.
Yeah, so
could bode well, I suppose, for Global Esports, but
how
honestly,
many rounds does Global Esports need?
Yeah, I mean,
4 in the pistol?
4 in the pistol, I think, might be the minimum, but we'll see. Still early days, still a new map, a lot of unknowns, but half buy, that's what Global Esports have been forced down to, and it's pretty obvious this pressure. That's a paranoia, but doesn't catch all of it, and the Horn has to be dealt with, which resets the aim of Texture. He can't even get a kill out of it. Nano Swarms down low into the corner, that nade. Aaron forced out wide into the open. Pay for it with his life. Could spam the common angle, but no, there's a cove in the way, so even the bullets would be blocked. Quite interesting, though. He has managed to lurk his way into a slight timing. But all this util, just slowing him down. Lovely siege just to delay this one. Phone call as well, right at the back. Angles are being watched for and played for, even that lockdown, but no, they just wade right into that common angle.
And I think at this point, the defensive ideas are reeking of desperation.
Yeah.
Global Esports with an attempt at a sand crunch, but no one was pushing on C.
Bit half-baked.
Very half-baked, yeah. Needed more time in the proof and draw. Sad deflated. But if Global Esports can get this round, their dominance in the pistols might be able to carry them through to still making a map out of this. But it's the same idea again, the same pressure. Let's see if the breach flash from Bone Cold works.
Yeah, already the flash over the top. Texture dashing forwards. There is a dart in play. No one was dealing with this one. And yet again, okay.
Bazzi used his ult
element. Yeah, that was an ult to push them back. I mean, he used the smoke, I suppose, just to plot the course all the way into B. You can see the players have already taken up all this space. The spike, though, out in the open. Bazzi just needs to contain this. They could be anywhere right now. Nightfall now being used for a fight towards A main. Smoke's going to be fading any minute now. And the fight being taken and won right now. Global Esports. They shut that one down. Have to be aware. Is he backing away? Peak timing. Twiston's position known, but now it's all down to Sender. Still, looks like it should be an easy one for Global Esports.
Yeah, I think the spike being down made all the difference. Trade offer. We take A, you get the rest of the map. Normally not a good trade, but when the spike is down and there's nowhere to pivot, Global Esports have the advantage. Good double face, making sure Sender doesn't have a crumb of it. And they're 4-8 at the half. Could this still be winnable for Global?
Potential is there. Like we said earlier, it's a bit more of an attack-sided map than what we've seen so far in the tournament. So far for Global Esports with these pistol rounds, and now potentially one of the most important ones they've ever played coming up.
निकाल के लगाओ
Finished, and that's 6 for 6, a flawless.
If Global Esports end up going out of this tournament in the first round, I think they've showcased their pistol rounds at a minimum. Any opportunity the global players have to get their confidence up is going to be dangerous for Vitality. Obviously, the halves flipped here. Global now has to do
good at punishing this, and look at that, the nade was actually landed.
This breakable wall is such an interesting dynamic on Lotus. Whoever controls this A segment of the map probably wants to break that wall that connects it to B. So the Vitality players don't have any info about whether they could be going through to B. They're having to hold very passively in the 4v4. And from our point of view, we see that Sender might well be under a bit of pressure.
Standing ahead. There's the dart, bounces into the back of the site. It's going to be broken, and there is a wall in the face of some of these players. An instant pivot now, though, moving their way into B.
Another gorgeous lurk timing,
Remain,
maybe?
and Hayren, wow, it's just watched for.
A second too early.
Yeah, the timing just slightly off, and as usual, the Bone Cold is just offering out to them. It's doing quite a lot. There was a cove to block off that angle, but again, feels a bit awkward once more. A bit of panic maybe just being injected into this round, and Sender, he could just anchor this fully for them. Turret dealt with right at the back, the Nana Swarm making sure that he can't be pushed. And it's down to SK Rossi, but Sender again, just that off angle. Perfect crosshair placement.
Damage done though on the bonus, and remember that that is the goal for Global Esports, is to keep Vitality's economy honest. And I think they've done that. there's going to be, you know, one of the players had to rebuy armor, the other two are on light armor. It keeps things suppressed on the Vitality side. But you do have to be putting important rounds on the board, and this is one of them. Can A-Ring get an ult orb and get some kind of lockdown play going, perhaps? SK Rossi with an operator, the attacking Sova op. I haven't seen this since Prime Wardell days.
And it works out, I suppose. Listen,
there we go.
Angle watch, Sender, either trying to go for a jump pick or what, we'll have to see that in the replay, but now you're seeing all this pressure onto Bone Cold. No one was watching that angle but the Dart. Reveals his position and Texter's good for it. Just slightly just moving around there. Sight going to be gained. Control of this one.
Another good plant position. Oh no, Bazzi actually forced to go for a safe plant here.
Yeah, it drops back now, and you're seeing this lockdown being used. Attack side lockdown. Global Esports looking to see if they can get this space, but there's a contacting in. Fight being taken. Twiston opting into this. Oh my goodness, and the fault line, Twiston. Oh my word, did he get detained there? Looks likely. Just couldn't quite satchel his way out of there, but there's no punish. Still, the plant goes down. Leaving Twiston alive might be a costly error.
But it is a safe plant, which is a bit more difficult to work with. You can see A-Ring's in a spot to swing up
Into the
Monye.
corner, Prowler as well. Monye needs help. Going to be TPing away, actually. Just backs. Now, control of water is going to be so important to just hold this one. Sees into the back, double swings there. It's beautiful. And the Seas catches onto two, just lined up. Vitality. They cannot be stopped. And moments like that just getting so dangerous. I said it. Twiston was detained, but they just did not want to try and push it to punish.
Yeah, maybe that's going to bite them. But, I mean, the Vitality's retake there looking so good. That duo that has just been so stellar in this match of Twiston and Mulsi. The duelist duo, if you want to call it that, but obviously Mulsi playing Fade here. But the way that they're syncing these things up, the C's, the nade, the swing timings, they have got such great synergy between them.
Magnificent.
And that puts Global Esports firmly on the back foot.
Yeah, this is a really rough position now for them.
Terrible stuff. I mean, pistols in hand, and SK Rossi picking up a hero rifle.
So it has to be the playmaker. Vitality though pushing forwards. It's a heavy take towards the front side of B, and any attempt of a punish is just offset immediately, losing two players. It's a pivot though. Global Esports moving forwards, and still the rifle in the hands of Rossi needs to be the playmaker. But a difficult site for them to take. Fault line to the back of it. Plant position is there, but the wall blocking them off. They need to move past this. Playing forwards deep onto the site. Rossi wins the first duel for them. First step of the miracle plan, tries to take the second with a wider swing, dealt with, flash timing, ever so off, and Bazzi, with just a classic, there's only so much he could really do.
I love that play with the Harbor Cascade. Destrian using the Cascade and the push out of B is so good there. It blocks off the long sight line where you might be able to get punished by somebody in spawn, and it also, if someone tries to swing through it, they're slowed. So it's really difficult to help this player that gets stuck on the right. And Texture tries to help, but he's just so labored and slow. It's like going through molasses. Global Esports are going to take a timeout here as they ponder what to do. Now, SK Rossi's hero rifle hasn't hurt their economy too much here. Texture still has the Blade Storm available. So Global are going to be able to get a full buy. But if they don't win this round, it is game over. It is goodbye India. So this is the round that everything hangs on. And it's brutal, man. Yeah. Even if Global get to a plant, all of the retake ultimates are available for Vitality. I don't know how you cook up a favored round situation here for Global.
Seems so difficult. 6-11 being that scoreline. Vitality on the cusp. Being able to take away the series, take away the map. No room for error for Global Esports, and that's what this timeout is aiming to achieve, seeing if they can cook up a plan.
I think it has to be around Texture. If Texture is going to be using his knives, you want to put him in a spot to capitalize on that early on. And so either you want to be dashing him on top of the bank on A, playing inside his smoke and then swinging out of it with a flash, or I think you want to be sending him fast into C with an updraft dash and seeing if you can overwhelm Sender. I think those are the two best options for getting value out of your Jet.
There's no way.
But I mean, you look at the positioning on the mini-map, and this looks almost exploratory towards B early on. Maybe they're planning to use a Cloudburst and connect with their C players?
But again, SK Rossi has been afforded this operator.
It's strange, isn't it?
So much faith being placed into his hands.
But it's not just faith. It means that he's going to be disconnected from his team and can't use the recon or the dart to set up Twiston. They're splitting their win conditions, and it might be a compromise that hurts them.
Moving forward, slow and steady. It's a name of the game in a rolling thunder. They want to punish this one, and SK Rossi the nade into the corner. Can't move anywhere, still alive for now. Where's going to be dealt with? And he is finally. The spray down.
Vitality grab hold of the tempo, never allowing Global Esports to imprint their pace on the map.
Needs to be an instant response here from Global Esports. You're seeing it. Live on flesh now as players walk forward. Aaron, a critical kill for him. Late lurking into mid, finds his mark.
He's been good on them, hasn't he? These lurks have always been good, and it's a better plant position now.
What does the play here? One yet. So close to the smoke, just about to fade. He's pushing forwards into it, and it's a run and gun. They're just trying to fight them deep into the play. A dash forwards to try and disengage here. Neutral being held, a bit of run and gun, and somehow Aaron wins that one. It is so damn awkward, but it's down to that 2v2. Wall blocks the sideline, Cove as well. It needs to be spammed for. The Blaze Storm just not catching it, and Texture forced to spam, forced to try and find the fight, but he can't do it. Stuck all the way through, and Vitality find themselves now on series point.
So many opportunities for Vitality. Any mistakes from Global Esports, and they are gone. The buy doesn't look its best, but they're still going to have rifles. One last desperate run for Global Esports. But Vitality looks like they've done the important work already.
I mean, this is them in the driving seat. 3 big ultimates to their name. The util combos this time layered into A main, doesn't grab any kills. Dash forwards, but now actually sticking this ultimate as well. He's deep into the back line. Position's known though, Multi's going to be backing away. He does dodge that paranoia, but it's creating an awkward timing right now. What does Multi want to do, holding the edge of the smoke? Meanwhile, Esports not wasting any time with this kind of pressure. That's going to be the aftershock, pushing them back out of the way. Fight needs to be taken right up close and personal. It is traded though, but still Vitality going
Texture.
pound for pound. And it's all down to Texture. A 1v2 to keep his team in it. Just to try and survive. Texture up in the side, dashing forwards, dodging that showstopper. He knows where the positioning is. Spike in his hands, a tap of the plan, needs to force the fight, but a doubled up position is there. Vitality safe hands for them. 13-6 at the scoreline. They have sent Global Esports home.
Global Esports definitely made them work for it, but it is a win on the board for Vitality. I think both teams demonstrated some really cool stuff in this series. Vitality's split looked really well thought out, a lot of good game plans coming from Bone Cold. We saw set plays on Lotus from Vitality. The breach ult to isolate SK Rossi in those final couple of rounds was really good. And Twiston, Mulsi, Sender, the individual talent is there. But also, when you look at Global Esports, there were so many doubters who just thought this team was a ragtag bunch of people thrown together at the last minute that didn't have a hope. And I think that they've proved people wrong, despite the loss. Taking a map in the manner they did, and showcasing that they still had what it took to push Vitality. I think this was a decent opener for Global Esports, and something that they will definitely be building on as the year goes on.
That's always been the goal for a team like Global Esports, is long-term focus, high-risk, high-reward project with them picking up so many duelist players, but I think you can see glimpses of success here. But ultimately today, it is Vitality who are on top. Vitality who reign supreme, and this is a dark horse team heading into this tournament. I think they showed glimpses of really well thought out stuff, moments of sheer brilliance as well from some of their star players, Twiston and Mulsi in particular.
Yeah.
Really setting the pace in some of those rounds.
Yeah, remember those names. Twiston said earlier that they don't have any big names, any big stars on the team, but that's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
This team's got talent, it's got skill. And look at the figure down at the bottom there in the middle, Bone Cold. How far will his journey go this year? He's already been up to the top of the mountain, and now he's back pushing that boulder once again, but Vitality should not be underestimated. I know that this was still a close game, but they've got upset potential.
Yeah.
I spoke to Bone Cold and he said, that his goal for the team, and Salah's goal for the team as well, is to be a team that you hate to go up against. Someone that when you see them in the bracket, you think, oh, crap, really? Vitality? We have to get through them? And that's what they're looking to do at Lockdown, is build that reputation for themselves. The first step is winning this match right here, and they move on.
They have done that, but definitely putting the pride of EMEA on their back as well, you know, after some unfortunate early exits on the other side of the bracket. But yeah, this was a fantastic showcase, I think, from this team. My MVP, as you can see, you can take your vote here, Twister, Multi, and Sender. Great options for it.
Yeah.
You're gonna ask me who I want?
Who do you want?
I would take, I think you'd have to give it to Twister.
Yeah, I was
right?
thinking the same, yeah. I think just the way that his jet performed, he did get shut down on Pearl, so he didn't get too much value on that half. I think that was actually one of the big win conditions.
Yeah.
If your win condition is shut down Twiston and you get the win, probably means Twiston's doing pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's going to do it for the first series of the day, but guess what? Don't go anywhere. There's even more Valorant action happening on the other side of this break, so we'll see you in just a few minutes.